What's happening? So we have some things to do. Same as usual, talk off. A true shame. So we have some things to address about the text box, right? The text box has some things that we need to address. Actually, let's go back in because I think we got this. We got the scaling down, right? So that no matter how big or small the window is, the text remains consistently sized in the text box. At great expense, I might add. At great expense. But I feel like that kind of a thing is worth the thing that it is kind of the thing that it's worth. If anyone wants to learn how to keep your text the correct size in the text box, just watch the last video I did on Twitch. It's fine. I don't think I managed to record it, did I? Reno's having a time getting out of bed. So the one, so okay. So I know I have a Trello board with a to-do list on it, and I'm pretty sure the to-do list says that we need a monospaced font for it, so it doesn't look weird when it's printed in a monospaced way. I guess this is technically we're forcing a monospaced fonting, aren't we? But things like M's are extra wide, and they kind of throw off the balance of the printing of the text. You know what I mean? Second thing that we need to worry about is creating a custom text format that we can use. So I was thinking about having a tool that would automatically parse text file and arrange text automatically in groups of however many characters we have on the screen at the time. But I think that's very high effort for something that we're probably gonna never need to do because it won't ever be dynamic. It's always gonna be an offline thing. But we do need to know how many characters we have in the box per line. So hold on. I know I wrote this down before, but I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna open the Trello. I'm gonna find it in the Trello. Flashbang out. Where is it? I found it. 31 characters wide, 3 lines tall. Is that correct? Unreal confirm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Whop. 3 lines, 31. 93 characters per text box, right? 93 characters per text box. Yeah. I don't think that there's going to be any words longer than 31 characters. I don't think... Are there? What's the longest word? Flocky, knocky, nihil, pillification? I don't think that's even half that, is it? Did I spell it right? Flocky, knocky, nihil. We're not going to put this word in the game, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Guess close. Guess close. Anti-church disestablishmentarianism? Which I don't think is a real word, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Ooh, 34. Do we count compound words? I mean, anti-church disestablishmentarianism is pretty compound if you ask me. And basically anything in German. Sorry, Germans. Sorry, Germans. Okay, so there are we gonna put this in a thing? Gamework text boxes dialogue. Do I have like a thing for like specifications? We have sound design, we have Chewer game design. Sound design, hold up. I'll say. Voice bloops, menu beeps, SFX, music ambience. Okay. I guess we'll just put it over here with the design docs. Copy list. This is going to be text box design. 31 characters wide, 3 lines per box. Advance. Advance button. How are we going to hyphenate things? Do we need to hyphenate things? Is there going to be a cause to hyphenate things? Is there going to be a good place to split a word? You forgot to start the coffee? No. Forgetting to start the coffee is truly a terrible thing. Like when you put everything in, and then you come back to it and you expect a freshly brewed coffee, and it's just sitting there looking at you like, "Where's the water, Jim?" Yep. Advance button. I wanted to have the blur, but it's playing up. I wanted to have a background blur on it, but it's playing up. No background blur. Semi-translucent background object though. I think it looks pretty nice. All things considered. Should we get one of those monospace fonts from Google Fonts? Should we really quickly just grab one of those monospace fonts? Google Fonts, Google Fonts, Google Fonts. Categories. Nope, 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 nope. Yes. No, yes. Is there a font that sticks out at you as being easy to read? As being... Starry Night, welcome. How you doing? How's it going? It certainly is. It certainly is going. I like this, but it's stuff like that make it hard to read. And it's also full caps. I like stuff like this as well, but again, it has a good style to it, but it's not the easiest thing to read. Like something like this even, it's got a bit of character to it, you know what I mean? It's very clippy though. Fonts, yeah, we're looking for a nice monospaced font. I like this actually, Red Hat Mono, oh god. So what are we using right now? We're using this very rounded... What even is this? Font content. Vulkan is this. Is this Atkinson Hyperlegible? I think this is Atkinson Hyperlegible. That was recommended by Tally. The professional design guru Tally. If no one holds me back, I'm just going to go for this ridiculous font. It's very nice. I like it. But it only has one type. It only has regular. Which, I don't know. God, you wish. It only has regular. It's very clean. But I don't know if it's... Everything looks a bit samey. And the legibility maybe... Yeah. L and I get a bit of skewiffity on that. 16 pixels. Religion. You can only really read it based on context. A lot of people who are going to play in this game won't have the context. They will just have what's... I mean, maybe they will have context. They'll have less context, perhaps. Is this me putting Comic Sans into a game professionally? You like the last one below the right side? This one. Yes. Azaret Mono. It has a lot of styles. I'll grant you that. I kind of like this one. I kind of like this one. It's a bit blocky, but this one could work. What do you think? I think it's pretty. I think it holds up pretty well, and because it's quite squabbed. Because it's quite squabbed, it'll probably scale down quite nicely to lower resolutions. Like if we just give it the hoo-ah. Can you still read that? I mean, I've got pretty good eyesight, not gonna lie. It's starting to go, but it's not too bad. Nice. I'm getting it. You can read it, but it's a bit blurry, but it's clean. I'm getting it. Was it written by Marx and Engels? Article 9 from the Human Rights Act. Who's Marx? I knew a guy called Mark once. Cool guy. What are we gonna do? I need to find my goddamn fonts folder again. Once again. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. E. E. F. Okay, so the first thing we do is we copy the zip into the zipped. Open font license. Thank you. Copy that to fonts. Install this as well. You say that like you know Engels. Who's Engels? Ah, scheisse. What's it called? ShareTech. Oh, there's no space. I've got it. I've got it. Don't panic. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital. In Manchester. A lot of people assume that they lived in Russia or any communist bloc country, but Karl Marx died of lung complications in Manchester. You should probably destroy it after United lost. That's the real reason. Hey. How much misinformation is too much misinformation? How much spin to get a joke is too much spin to get it? Anyway, you can just look them up on the internet, kids. If you don't have to take my word for it, you can just go to the Wikipedia page and find out that half of what I said was true, and the other half was a funny joke that you should have laughed at. Anyway. Oh, this game is running still. What's this called? ShareTech. The game is running still. I'm such a goddamn animal these days. Yes. I want the... Magic's common video content, Video Pro X, titles, fonts. Bro, even more fonts? Are you kidding me? TFX? What are TFX files? It seems sus. Windows fonts. I will install this also onto my machine. Thank you. I'm sure there's a whole bunch of other like European artists that moved to England for some strange reason. It's not a good move, kids. Nobody should. Why does anyone want to come to England? Of all the places you could go, Scotland I can understand. Scotland's fucking beautiful. They got hills. They got, you know, natural architect. They got the fucking the Giant's Causeway. They have the Giant's Causeway. David's Cave, whatever it's called. That fucking cool cave with the hexagonal basalt pillars. Anyway, there's nothing in England. There's just a bunch of, you know, angry laddos. It's not a great place. Anyway, I'm sure there's worse places than England, but like if you got the choice between, like, you know, Brighton Bay and, you know, the French Riviera, I mean, maybe it's a difference of opinion. Maybe they got here, they realized the monumental size of their fuck up, and they couldn't rectify it in time. They didn't have enough strength or money or power to like escape once they got in. It's like a honey. It's like a bowl that's got a thin glaze of honey. You can't see it from a distance, you know, as an ant or a wasp. But you know, you think it looks. You smell something nice, and the closer you get, you're like, oh yeah, this is good. And then you slide to the bottom of the bowl, and then you're just there. But yeah, I don't get it. Like, even Caesar, when he came to conquer England, he was just like, he rocked up, and he camped on the south coast. Bear in mind, not the north coast, not Scotland, not anywhere where it's actually cold or actually rainy. You know, he didn't come up. You know, he didn't come up to York or Liverpool or anywhere near. No, south coast, because that's where he came in. You wouldn't be caught dead in England unless you arrived by longship. Thank you, Tally. And I hope one day you do arrive by longship. Teach us what for. Sheesh. Anyway, and Caesar came here and he said, yeah, it's kind of cold. It's kind of damp, and when it's not raining, there is a dense fog, and it's just like, well, can't argue with that, Caesar. And yet he still was like, yeah, here anyway. May as well just. And it was a massive pain, and it basically triggered the collapse of the Roman Empire. You know, expanding up to England. It's just they could have just left it. They could have just left it be. They could have focused on dealing with things in Europe, and they would have had an even cooler, even more epic empire. Let's be real. But they were like, nah, England or bust. Time and time again through history, we have proven that conquering England, coming to England, trying to do anything in England has been a mistake, okay? And I don't know what can change this. I hope it can change. What were we doing? Font. Sorry, I got so wrapped up in roasting my own goddamn country. BPA test UMG handler. I think that's the one. Why do you think we Americans left? Ah, well, that's slightly different, Reno. We kicked you out because you were too Christian. We don't want none of that fun spoilers when we're trying to have a sesh. The Lord says, moderation in all things. Good thing about Brexit is we don't have to deal with the English anymore. Ah, that's what you think, Tally, but actually because of Brexit you have to deal with them twice as much. Because of the fish. You don't have a sea border with the North Sea, do you? That's someone else. That's Norway, isn't it? Fuck. But every time I do this, hold up. Sweden isn't in the EU. Is it? Sweden isn't even in the EU. Don't give me any of that. Default text, get text, delay text, add text string to text box. Target text box, yes. Add test text to UMG, add test text to UMG, add test text NI, yes, okay. Been a member since 95. Who am I thinking of? Is it Norway again? Fuck's sake, Norway. You think you're better than Sweden? Well, I've got news. Norway. I'm glad Sweden is part of the EU. That's nice. Being part of the EU is a really cool thing that you can do for your country, and it's you aren't part of NATO though. Rip. Where am I formatting this text? My brother in Christ. Who designed any of this? Fuck's sake. UMG char. UMG animated text. Animate. What is this? What is this? What are you, animated text? Are you referenced by anything? You are nothing. There's nothing here. That was a scrapped attempt to make a container for the charts, wasn't it? Okay, that's gone. Graph. Here we go. Gonna take a little trip to Spain just to flex 4 borders, no passport. Set font. Here we go. Text font info format in. Where we get this? This is from the character instantiation, right? So this is from the text box. This is so dumb. This is the worst setup thing I've ever. It's here. This is where the characters get their styling. Font family. How about the other one? Share tech mono regular font tech phono. There you go. It must be nice to have dollar to travel. Not really. It's just like a drive down the road. Yeah, like the distance from Sweden to Spain, Reno, is like driving from Washington to Nevada. Road trip for sure, but like America is a continent, and you know, I don't know. Maybe I've overestimated the size of Europe there. Gas money, car insurance. That looks a lot better, doesn't it? Very expensive. What do you think of Kim Dracula's Make Me Famous? I don't know who Kim Dracula is, and I don't know what Make Me Famous is. Hugh! That looks so much better, doesn't it? And it's decently readable. I'd say it's decently readable. I don't know why the characters were getting cut off. Again. Welcome back in, bush tester. Have you tested many bushes since last we saw you? I don't know why it's clipping the lads. It's not meant to be clipping the lads. I can see them moving, but I can feel them clipping. Are they clipping? Are they actually clipping? Can we get a confirm on them? If they escape the box, then they're not clipping. It's just a figment of my imagination. Ooh. Not this week. It's just the beginning of the week. Every day is a day where bushes could be tested. Never forget this. I'm just saying, you know. Right. What sound is it? It's me going bap. You wish you could see in more detail and context? No, you don't. You never know what's waiting in the bushes of love. Seagull. UMG char. Here we go. Format text is a function. I want the event graph, please. No! What have you done? I thought we were done with this madness. So with that tiny little bit of code, we've improved our code. I promise. Because now it's not going to make the bop sound. You forgot to put the coffee in your mug. It's going to be one of those days. Reno, you good? Are you okay? Reno? I almost forgot I set an alarm for when my laundry is done so I can hang my laundry out when it's done. So I will have to be AFK for a brief sec. I'm guessing like I'm going to look at it. 15 minutes. So now, I think maybe also to string character array from string get a copy of index 0 is out. Are you telling me that there is no function or macro? You know, sitting down at the desk with an empty mug, a whole cup of nothing. Oof. Snacks! Why is everyone here suddenly? Welcome in, Snacks. Fizzbuzz! Holy! Y'all just sneaking in under my radar, saying things in my chat that I'm reading, but not even getting to the name. I read everything backwards, you know this, right? Bottom to top, right to left. Can I add a pin? Mana reads in the 4th dimension. Yes. That's what I do. Comma, semicolon. There's got to be an easier way to do this. There's got to be such an easier way to do this. What if we do a? What if we instead of a branch, right? Okay, stop this madness. Stop this madness. Switch. Select? Ah. No. I want to switch. On tech, switch on string? Okay. Default is nothing. To string. This, yeah? Add pin. Case 0. Ah, default. Does this work? I don't feel like this is how you should be setting these things up. You know what I mean? My suffering is more entertaining. I don't feel like this is going to work. It just says none, but I want there to be a space. Specifically space. Space. Okay. Exclamation mark. Quotation mark. Pound sign. Dollar sign. Percent sign. Up arrow. And I don't think we're going to use any of these in the text, but star, just in case. Bracket. Close bracket. Consider that this might not work. I need to hear it to believe it. Okay, engage. Okay. Well, I don't know what that was. The Crazy Frog song posted on the server. Not again. No, I can't escape the Crazy Frog. Well, it's fine. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Anyway, I hope you put it in. I hope you put it in confirmed bops. Bing, 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 bing. Stuck in my head now. What about integrating AI voice into the game to make it read the text? You saw Steam games do it. Yeah, that might be cool. That might be cool. We could hire Hatsune Miku to do it for us. Snacks, how you doing, by the way? There's a lot of fonts in my font folder. Please don't judge me. So that worked sort of. It did check for the this. It did check for all of the cool pronunciation stuff, quotation marks, etc. But it did not check for spaces, apparently. It checks for null byte. It checks for null byte. That's all I can assume none means, like if there's literally no data. But a space isn't no data. Space is a printed one character wide uncharactered character, which apparently is impossible to input onto switch on string, even though it's switching on a string. But this should now also, after it's done nothing for any of these, and then if it's a space, then it will check if it's a space again. And if it is not a space, it will play a sound. Was that a good enough explanation for you kids? Did you enjoy that? Perfect. So we're running at a crispy 45 FPS. I'm printing this text to the screen. Printing the text to the screen absolutely destroys our FPS. Holy shit. I don't think it's a consideration. I think it will be fine. Cool, text printing eats FPS, amazing. This is how you make use of a 4090 RTX, yeah. But I don't think it's a problem that it eats the FPS. I know this is going to sound weird because everyone enjoys FPS. A little bit of optimization will surely do the trick. We'll just stick DLSS on it. It's fine. Oh fuck. Yeah, I think it's because the character. If we just have a look at the designer, we have a size box, a retainer box, a scale box, and then the character. Which is probably a massive performance draw, especially this, and potentially also this. Yep. Anyway. So yeah, okay. I'll put that in the to-do list. Don't worry, Kodak. Don't worry, we got you. To do. Where is it? Important note: enhancing game work game text boxes. Not a space font required for legibility. Move to. Done. Add card. It only gets orange. It's not critical because consider when you are talking to someone, when there is going to be text on the screen in a text box like that isn't a predefined discrete value printed to the screen, you're not going to be playing the game. You're going to be sat next to an NPC doing nothing, not moving the camera. This to-do should be after release, yes. To see if the game gather attention is worth optimizing. Yes, of course. Like, we won't actually build the full game until people have bought it. That'd be a waste of time. There was something else we need to do on the text box. Biff, break, leg, blah. I don't know what it was. Fucking hell. There definitely was. Whoa! Scooby-Doo! That was my alarm telling me my laundry is complete. Before I go and before I forget, let me just add to the text box. Function test text. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Yep. Let's just put it in this because it will be easier. I just want to see that this works. So this should clear the text box before we do any input of the text. So that's one step of optimization already there. Before Prime absolutely destroys me for not caring about FPS in the games. Is this game even going to run on a Nintendo Switch? It's the Laundry Day celebration thing? Yes. Dolorem que lauda. Bop. Do lose a large portion of FPS though. 5 FPS for a full text screen. That's pretty raw. I'm not gonna lie to you kids. That's intense. That is an intensitude that I'm not really ready to deal with. See, normally, can I stream my game from cloud to Switch and then charge users monthly subscription to play a game because it's in the cloud and the cloud is the future of gaming? True. Berlin, if you are still listening, please don't take seriously any of these suggestions. He's just memeing. He's just doing a big meme, okay? He's a big memester. Friendly advice. You just realized that people in nudist colonies will still have to do laundry. They have towels and bedding to wash. Bush Tester is always 100% serious on the internet, Kappa, chatting. Exactly. Anyway, I don't know what I'm going to leave you with, kids, while I'm getting my laundry out to dry. But I do need to get my laundry out to dry, so I will see you in a moment. There's 1 serving per can, kids. You can't try and force this 2.5 servings per can bullshit just to get around health and safety guidelines for producing food goods. Spider was shaking my VTube? What the hell, Spider? Spider! If I see you coming around here messing with my equipment again, I swear to God, I'll buy you your own rig. A tiny little stream rig for the tiny Spider. But instead of a keyboard that splits in half, he has a keyboard that splits into 8. Yeah. Yeah. Content browser. So there's a large portion of me that wants me to try and optimize it now, and there's a large portion of me that does not give 2 single pieces of moussaka how badly it is crumbled. What we have to think about is presenting it with data that it can deal with, right? Mana needs a laundry panic banner. This is the first and potentially only time I've ever done laundry on stream. Actually, you know what? I think I actually have the vague memory of doing laundry in my first year of streaming, so I take that back. But also, it's not that frequent for me to have a banner for it. Promise. Maybe I should have put the technical difficulties banner back up. Anyway, the point is, making a game here. Thank you, Starguy. Welcome back. Welcome you back too. For the interests of swag, this obviously has to be edited. You know, where is the spider? The spider is attacking my PC right now. Is it fair to say that it's a bit English outside when the sky and the fog share the same ash grey? Yes, that is exactly English weather. Congratulations. The only thing that can improve that is if you are outside at a beach eating a fried fish and it's spitting. It's not raining. It's not quite damp enough for you to need waterproof accoutrement, umbrella, coat, whatever. But it is not dry. It is definitely precipitating at some small, unperceivable level. Like, you'd be able to tell if you were wearing glasses, or you have very sensitive skin. That's peak England right there. Yeah, like, we get the heavy rain as well, but that's not very English. Like, you get heavy rain everywhere. You get heavy rain in India, you get heavy rain in Japan, you get heavy rain in America, all over America. Even the non-rainy parts, like the Death Valley, which is the driest part of the world. Bit too high air moisture, yeah. Too high air moisture. Okay, fun question for you in chat. When you live in your country and you have places with place names, right? Assuming that there's a place where the place name is not spoken how it's spelled, maybe it has a peculiar spelling to the way it sounds, and only people who live there or near there know how it sounds. Death Valley is in California, yes. Leaving country is not possible right now. What? No. Are there people who don't know how to say that town's name? Like, people look at that town's name and they're like, must be pronounced this way. And then it's completely wrong. Or anything. Like, any kind of famous, maybe not even famous, but popular noun. Umyo. Yes, of course. Umyo. Of course. I can't even begin to understand. But I'm glad you have places which are spelled away and pronounced away, and that people outside of the place where they don't know how to spell or say it don't know how to spell or say it. People like saying but when the word is but. Pronounced umi by the locals and umio by the rest. I see. It's like a concatenation of that last boy. I don't know why we're looking at the textbooks. I don't know why my PC is working overtime right now. It's really crunching. B-U-T. But. Butte. They added the O because the non-locals couldn't pronounce the E properly. Fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. But that's fair. I enjoy that. And I'm relieved to hear that there are places which can't be pronounced by people even from the same country. Makes me happy. Kind of reminds me, this is a very left field thought, maybe. But do you know Kingdom Come Deliverance? It was one of the first games I streamed as an affiliate. I was streaming it, and there's a vast discrepancy on how people in the game pronounced Kuttenberg. I think it was Kuttenberg. Was it Kuttenberg? No, it wasn't. It was the town where the bald guy lives. The town where the crooked lad, the jaunty Jim, the ex Secret Service CIA guy, the monk who gets absolutely shit faced. Monk of the Sesh monk. That guy. I can't remember the name. Maybe because everyone in the game pronounced it slightly differently. That was funny. What were we doing here? Like, we have the text box. The text box works. And we need to... so there's one prong of the forked road where we need to optimize the text box, which probably means optimizing the character printing. And there's one prong of the world where we need to have the text box called... that's exactly what I forgot exactly what I was going to do, but I remember exactly what I was going to do now. So, canvas panel, size box, text box container. It's going to have to be the size box, isn't it? Do you even need a size box? You also have fun town name oddities like Handen, Trosa, Panties, Fitja. Really? Guess what order they go in geographically? Down? No way. It's a place in France called Brest. You'll know that if you've ever gone to Calais and then driven west. Because it's on the way to Pointe du Raz, which is the furthest west you can get in France. Obviously, Spain is further west than France, so it's not really a big brag, but it's all right. You know, it's a nice place. Handen is between Trosa and Fitja. No way. And you think the three lords back in like the 700 AD were just there like, yeah, well, I named my town Fitja. It's over there. It's like, oh, we can do a thing. We can do a thing, boys. Hands down, that's exactly what happened. They were on the sash, and they all just looked at each other, and they knew what they had to do. I can only imagine the meme lords of history. How, like, it's a widget, probably. Hi, widget. How you doing? Like these days, you can share a meme instantly, right? But in the 13th century, for your meme to be fully appreciated by your populace, you had to make it, man. Your meme had to be big. Holy shit. Anyway, how you doing, widget? We're gonna make an animation for this lad. I don't like the animation in the content drawer like this. Can we actually just get the animation? Not in the content drawer. Thank you. Bind widgets. What does bind widgets do? Interesting. Oh. Animation. You're in the parking lot right now. About to go to class at some point. You're behind on your sculpt. Oh no. Oh no. You can't sculpt in your car with it. So. Or can you? Remote desktop in. 1 second of lag, please. I can only imagine. We can only imagine the pain that which it is going through right now. Slide in, out. Slide in, out, add track. Size box. Size box track. Track. Transform. Translation. Y. So we're going to go 1/4 second in. Put a keyframe 1/4 second back. put that like here? I don't like that. I don't like it. I want to put it, yeah, in here, like just in the animations tab. That's nice. Actually, you can. You have Nomad on your iPad, but you didn't import the file and you don't want to crash your old iPad. I've had that bad boy since your 3rd grade of high school and you're a senior in university. Oh, wow, Widget. I had no idea you were a senior in university. In geomorphology, a butte is an isolated hill with a steep, often vertical sides and small, relatively flat top. Buttes are smaller landforms than mesas, plateaus, and tablelands. The word butte comes from a French word meaning knoll, but of any size. And it's used prevalent in the western United States. Good soup. We will look up the word from French that means knoll on the internet. Google Translate, perhaps. PQRS translate. Knoll. English to French. I don't speak French. Monticule. Did I spell knoll wrong? No. But hill. Colline. Hillock. Butte. Butte. Now, I have long applauded the Americans for keeping the older historic pronunciations of some things like ma'am and other words. You know, it's important preservation of Old English, but that ain't how the French say it. They say it but. Sorry, butte. I guess it's kind of close to butte, but there's no Y. Big Magic High School, when you get penalized big time by your grades if you was late. Hey Witcher, get this. I was only marked on my attendance 1 year in university, and I almost failed that year. I actually had really good attendance everywhere, every other time. Cubic interpolation use broken tangents. Constant interpolation. Toggle weighted tangents for cubic interpolation modes, only supported on some curve types. Yes, weight them tangents. 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 Oh. Tangents. Madame or mom. Here in Sweden, as long as you're honest with the teachers, they'll allow more time. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I almost died of food poisoning, and I had to apply for a extenuating circumstance. I don't even know if they accepted it. I didn't get a fucking letter back. I was just like, yes. I woke up 5 days later, and I was almost dead. I missed my test, I'm sorry. I don't know. It wasn't really worth that much points to begin with, but... Zoop, 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 zoop. It's pretty intense, not gonna lie. I like it. Mispronunciation is so casual even on other languages. Boot. ChatGPT Translate better than Google Translate? Isn't Google Translate just based on ChatGPT Translate? High school is not more lenient with being late and extending time. If you were late in high school, they'd call the police because you weren't in school. And that's a crime. That's a fucking crime, mate. You get yourself back in school. In America, you get penalized for not being perfect and already knowing anything. So this is something, like, I had an American lecturer and he was very confused because in America, you can get 100 points on a score on a test. You can get 100% score on your university test score stuffs, right? If you write a dissertation or an essay or some kind of thing for your university work. And he said, but it doesn't really make any sense, especially in subjective areas like arts, history, and sciences, where things aren't fully explored yet. How physically possible is it to even know that you have gotten 100%? You would have to be so liked and persuasive in your writing style and demeanor that if you're a nerd, no, but it's conceptually impossible to get full marks on a test like that. Because if it's a science, some things might not be fully understood. And if it's not a science, then the subject at question is probably entirely subjective. And therefore, it's physically impossible to be entirely right. It is categorically impossible to get 100 points. Right. Which is why if you come to England, do not expect to get more than 60. 60% is like pretty good. 70% you're pushing your fucking luck. Okay. You better start shining like a god if you're getting 70% on your essays. 40% is a pass. Which you might think is a low bar, but it's a higher bar to jump over per se. Conceptually. Did I ever tell you about the time I had to write an essay every week? In not my first language? I'm going to tell you kids, my degree was not easy. I mean, it was, but it wasn't. True. Graph. Event construct. Play animation. I don't know why it does this. Select in animation. You cannot drop it down from that drop down box. I don't know why. In, out. Reverse. Speed 100. You know, I'm going to move that up the top there. Forward, speed 1. Ah! Did it do it? I didn't see it do it. But yeah, I'm a massive nerd, Reno. I had to. So we would sit through a lecture. We would sit through a 45-minute to an hour and a half lecture on a subject, which was on Japanese history and culture from our lovely professor, Mr. Yamazaki. Absolute pog G of a lad. I don't know how to speak like a kid these days. I'm sorry. He was a very, very cool guy. And he told us very many cool stories about Japanese society, history, and culture. Not just like in general, but the local society, history, and culture of the area that we were in, which was Kyushu, northern Kyushu, Kitakyushu. And after said lecture, /video lecture, /VHS tape, /presentation, we had to write. He would give us an option of 1 or 2 or 3 themes that we learned about in the lecture, and we would have to write an essay response in the rest of the class time. Wasn't a take-home assignment. You had to do it in class there and then. But if you didn't do it there and then, no marks. It was very loosely graded. I don't think they were expecting much from people who had, you know, I don't know what. I don't know what. But such was the way that it was. So is our you would have failed miserably. Your short-term memory is shit. My short-term memory was pretty good. It's disintegrated this day. But I mean, we had to write the essays in Japanese as well, which was fine because we'd already learned Japanese, right? That was our degree. But it was a fairly relaxed class, I'm not gonna lie, and writing an essay in an hour or so isn't that bad, especially if you just watch the subject media. It's fairly fun. I actually quite like that one. I know a lot of people didn't because it was a lot of writing. And granted, I am still rueful that I have had to write like basically every day since I was like, what, 4, 5 for school. Rueful. I hate writing with my hands. I passed handwriting just because I had to pass handwriting. Because if I didn't pass handwriting, they would make me handwrite more. That's the killer. And the second I passed handwriting, my handwriting just went to shit. I really appreciate people with nice handwriting, okay? But I cannot. I do not have the skill to write neatly, okay? I just prefer to type. I just prefer to type things. Anyway, I didn't see if it worked, so I'm going to assume it didn't work. The test player controller? That's not here. That's here, right, okay. CH player test. Line trace for objects. Here we go. My UE prefer blueprint. I'm just looking for the blueprint that I'm doing, man. Why's it got to be about blueprint, man? Event begin play. It's not here. I thought it was here. It's a player camera manager. Beautiful. Nope. Player controller. Nope. Interesting. You haven't used cursive since you was 8 and you beat that knowledge into us? Yeah. No, they wouldn't let us do joined up handwriting unless you were a top dog poggy. I remember there were like 3 girls in my class and they were allowed to loop their Y's, J's, G's, need to send their Q's even maybe. And I did it once and I got told off. Brush your teeth with the other hand. I would rather not destroy my gums, thank you, Widget. I've done that before. There was a lot of blood. That's all I'm going to say. A lot of blood. You'd be surprised how much a gum can bleed. Even with the main hand, it's hard. You learn to control the hand. Nope. Nope. No control. There's no control. Frantic brushing. Both hands for everything but writing and drawing. Wow. Do you use both hands for making coffee? Hold on. Testing content, MPC. Is it this? Oh yeah, it is. Add UMG to screen. What is this? Target is BPA test UMG. Add UMG to screen. Yes. No, don't do that. How about delay? For 1 second before you do that. And then we can see it. And then we can see it. Whoop! Are you sure you're using an okay toothbrush? I was mostly joking with it, but when you're doing like the molars especially, and you're going brush, right? And then if you accidentally go too far back, and then because you're pushing down on the teeth a little bit, you go down and you slip out, and then you go back in, but you push like the top of the toothbrush, like the hard plastic bit, into the gum. instant bleeding. Bop. Left-handed for steering, right-handed for shifting. That's as ambidextrous as you can be. You shift with the left hand, Tally. I don't know what's going on. Do you not shift with the left hand? Am I going crazy? Do you drive on the right hand side of the road, Tally? What the hell? My entire life was a lie. Oh. Okay, so the animation works. As the rest of the developed world, Tally drives on the proper side of the road. Is this for the ant game? Yes. Yes, Richard, this is for ant game. Does it look okay to you, by the way? Does it look nice? Does it look sick? I'm starting to wonder if we have a monospaced font, we could probably... And I don't want to say this lightly, we could probably get rid of all of the character stuff and we could probably just put a text. A text? Or we could probably get rid of all the wrapping in the character. And we could probably just put the character in. It's nice. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, no. 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 Yeah, kind of, but also no. It's nice, thank you, Widget. It means a lot to me to know that people appreciate. You can almost read it on your tiny screen. See? See? Reno can almost read it on his tiny screen. That means it's a very legible font. Hold on, Reno. I'll make it bigger for you. It's fine. It does get blurry though, and this really annoys me. Because test UMG handler text, right? You see that test UMG handler text? Yeah. That bounces around when it scales, right? But it's always crisp. You know what I mean? It's always crisp. And it's always the same size. Mostly. It's always roughly the same size. But the text is always exactly the same size, but it doesn't have the same kind of crispness to it. It's driving me insane. The E gets mushy. The small E? I think the small E look good even down at the small sizes. This? Yeah, that does get mushy. Maybe we need to just use the same font text everywhere. This is why you need to control bitmaps levels and type filtering directly in shader code. This isn't shader code, this is vector graphics. This is what I'm saying, this is why it's difficult. This is why it's fucking eating 5 FPS. No, the Logi. The Logi? What's the Logi? I didn't even see a Logi. Logi? Tally, help. This is why it's shit in performance. Exactly. Maybe I will ask. Oh. Maybe I will ask the Unreal Slackers, replace it with font texture and render it to a single shader with tiles. Replace it with a font texture and render it in single shader with tiles. There's no Logi, you muppet. Oh. I'm a muppet. I get the feeling with the swizzle top on this thing. Hold on, let me show you. I've never seen one of these before. Oh, the camera's crashed. Excellent. Never mind. Fantastic. That's what that was, right at the start of the stream, just after we unboxed those cards. The camera crashed. Okay. Please, nobody sub or follow today. One character is one tile, and you read texture font and send the shader, and your text is uniform. This is how it works. See, this is a cool idea. This is a really cool idea. This is a really fantastically cool idea. How's it gonna work though? We make a texture, we make a font texture. I'm looking up. Bush Tester has good ideas sometimes. No. There should be tons of pre-made blueprints and scripts for Unreal Engine. Font texture Unreal Engine. UMG. How to use fonts with UMG. Step 1. Use a font. Make a widget. Lamau. That wasn't enough. That's the same thing, but for the next version. Ah, here we go. Font expressions. Font material expressions in Unreal Engine 5.0 documentation. Font sample expression allows you to sample the texture pages out of a font resource as regular 2D textures. The alpha channel of the font will contain the font outline value. Only valid font pages are allowed to be specified. You can't wait for the Mana X Mika stream? Uh-oh. Are we doing LD50? Is that what it is? I don't even know how to do version control. I get the feeling I just hold Mika down. It'll be bad. Shout out Mika, by the way. Shout out Witcher, by the way. I mean, Witcher's here. You can click on Witcher's name. We'll do a shout out for Mika first. We will start the shout outs. Mika's a professional. Holds the default font asset from the content browser to be held within the expression. Current font texture page used to be part of the texture. Okay. If you sit together in a stream, there'll be so much brain cell. So there was one time Mika was trying to make a beam particle, and I said, Mika, hold on, I'll show you how to make a beam particle. And I said, you go to Cascade, which is what was current then. Niagara was still in beta. And I said, you go there, you specify the point, you specify the endpoint from your raycast, and then you generate your particle boy, your particle beam, your beam particle beam settings. And he was like, what? And I was like, look, I made you a demo project to show you how. And by the time I'd made him a demo project to show him how to do Cascade beam particles, he'd already coded a 2-triangle beam particle renderer in C. And I'm just like, please. Please. Bush Tester, you would appreciate his approach to coding. He's much better than I am at making video games, okay? He actually uses C. Neither method was fast. Both methods achieved the same thing. C. Well, C++. But it's the same language. It's the same language. Seg falls. Yes, Sig fault. Yes, take me back to those days. So this is a built-in feature of Unreal. We can just make a texture. We can just make a font texture asset. Complexity explosion. Ooh. Mika sometimes needs to share that brain cell he's hogging. So I'm just gonna write it in the what would you say? One character is one tile you read texture font, two texture shapes is uniform. So okay. Character tile shader. One massive brain cell. One massive brain cell made out of smaller sub-brain cells. Looking in form like a regular brain. Character tile shader. Character tile shader. Store text. Store font. Font. Renderer. Thank you, keyboard. I need to update this keyboard. I swear to God. Render characters using UV coordinates in... Okay. Oh, it's still running. Again, I've done it again. What am I? Some kind of animal? But we know the animation works now, so that's pretty gravy. Now we have PA-MPC test. PA-MPC test is a pawn, yes. A pawn. UMG, no. We don't need these. But this we have. UMG screen. Player test. Here we go. PA MPC pawn. PA MPC test. Custom event. Custom event. What are we going to call this? Create text. Text. Create text. Create text. I think in the final thing, this should probably be an interface. But right now, it just needs to be interact. And that is in CH player test. Yes, no, yes, no, no, yes, no. No, it's in BPA test UMG handler. So we create UMG text box widget, add to viewport, set it as text box, set visibility as visible. One massive brain cell sounds like a ska band. One massive shout out for Witcher Pritchett, who's late on their sculpts. Follow them to help them create their sculpt faster. Create text. I'm sorry, Dave. I can't let you do that. Name text in. Name text in. Hello. Hello name text in is going to be test NPC. Thank you very much for the shout out. And thank you very much for hanging out. You deserve the shout outs. Mikey Matrix is resubscribed with Prime. They have been subscribed for 4 months. Mikey Matrix. Thank you for the sub, Mikey Matrix. Thank you so much. You have come in at the exact wrong time. Because my camera's broken. We got those bozos bucks, yes. My camera is broken. My hand is waving in front of my camera, as you can see. The image is frozen. So I can unbox some cards, but you will not be able to see them. That's very unsatisfying for me. It's very unsatisfying for you as well. I can unbox the... I'll give you two options. I can unbox the cards now. I can tell you what they are, and I can assure you that they're very beautiful. Or I can put one aside for you, and we can unbox it later. If you come back, maybe when my camera hasn't destroyed itself. Or, third option, I can see if I can unplug and replug my camera and see if it fixes it. I'm going to go unplug my camera and see if it fixes it. That's the primary option, really. I should have done that ages ago. Let's go. So the first thing is, we've got to find out which one of these stupid cables is the camera. Not that one. That one. Yeah. Doing this while recording, never a good idea. I might disconnect my internet. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Well, have you tried shoving it up your arse? Nope, it is still bricked. It is still brickered. TechNet. Okay. Okay. And it's plugged in. It just doesn't work. So you sub and the camera goes bye-bye. The camera had already gone bye-bye. I did do a PSA about an hour ago. Turning it off and on again has not fixed it. It looks like it's going to be one of those frozen driver issues. It's a cheap Chinese piece of garbage webcam, okay, that my friend gave me for free over 10 years ago. At least we had one successful unboxing. So Mikey Matrix, I will leave it in your hands. I'll leave it in your hands if you want unboxing now, and I'll just tell you that they're good, or unboxing later. I'm easy either way. I've got a box full of booster packs to open. Not in my hands. But until I get a response, I'll just fiddle around with this blueprint. Test NPC, add to viewport, set text box, text, set visible. Later is fine. Excellent. I will put one aside for you. I will put aside Crown Zenith. I'll put aside a Crown Zenith. There it is. Funny meme. Has been put aside. Did you know that they're stopping the codes, the Pokemon Online service codes, because they're making a new Pokemon Online game instead of updating the old one? This is the second time this has happened now. It makes me very sad because all my codes won't be usable in the new one, and they aren't basically worthless now for the current one. I've got a stack of cards, like an inch tall. Just gonna redeem them all. The invisible packs, yes. Add no event. I do this every time. I just want to add an event called add text, and add text is, can we, I want to do I want to make a class which splits the text directly into 3 strings so that we have an organizational quality to our strings? Or do I want to not do that and just have all of the text stored as a single string, which would be easier for the game to understand, but harder to program potentially? So I don't want the game doing any processing of the text. I don't want the game to try and decide. I definitely don't want the game to try and decide where the text is going to be placed. That's stupid. It's got to be... We can have an offline decider. I'm fine with having an offline decider. I'm fine with having fully baked text strings. For the shader, your text is supposed to be an array of ASCII characters, and your shader just reads an index of an element in an array equal to the tile index and render texture position equal to its character. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. I see. It's yes, I understand. I was thinking about it entirely different. It's a sub-UV flipbook. You could have just said that. You could have just said it's a sub-UV flipbook. Here I am thinking we use precision UV sniping. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is very fine. Yes, very, very fine indeed. Do you know who else is very fine indeed? Spelling shout out correctly the first time 3 times in a row. No, it's Attack on Snacks. Finest streamer that ever did Zardor's cosplay. Something deep in my soul tells me I need to see this film now. Like, I've known about it for a number of years, but I have never seen it. I don't think it's ever aired on TV. But it just looks so wild. Anyway, you should all check out Snacks. Sunday streamer. Casual gameplay streamer. And they live in central LA, like all Californians. It's true. Verified fact. I think in the second O of the Hollywood sign. The mustache looked so good. It really did. It really did. I was trying to do something though. Oh yeah, I was fumbling around trying to think if we should make a struct data type for our text to go into the texting. We're gonna have to eventually make a struct data type for the text to be held in a conversation thing, right? It's a very interesting bottle opening mechanism. Snacks is your neighbor because you live in the H. True. True woo woo. Nothing like a lady with a mustache. True. Do I need a custom data type to hold the text? Probably not. Oh, yeah. Just thinking about it though. Just a string with all those spaces in it does not make me happy. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're making a struct. st box text. Text box text? Box text. Fuck you. We're not doing this. No, we're not doing this. Help. I can't press a single key on my keyboard. It's really weird how some people, regardless of birth gender, just look amazing with a lip weasel. I can't argue with this. It is gonna be a string, though. It is absolutely gonna be a... Do I want a... Is it just a string array? Reno's gushing about your mustaching. It might have to become a permanent thing on your stream. You should leave it up to a public vote, though. Definitely. Speaking of public votes... Should be checking out science streams. If it's just an array of strings, though, nah. No. It's a struct of strings. It's worse. It's stupid. But it allows us a specificity. Line 3. Perhaps a grease pencil mustache next time, less annoying. Ooh. 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 1930s cosplay. Pencil mustache. Pinstripes. So it's not my stream. What am I doing? Why am I getting excited for this? God damn it. This is the stupidest looking struct I've ever made. I don't like it. I'm sorry, Snacks. I'm relinquishing control. Who's the dude who made pink flamingos called? What? Pink flamingo? All flamingos are pink. You're not thinking of Peter Stringfellow, are you? Jonathan Waters? Okay. Okay. John? Legend? I don't know what you're all talking about anymore. You've gone off the chain. You've gone fully off route. Anyway. I don't like this struct. This struct does not make me happy. Because it's just an array of strings, right? And being a struct means it's unnecessarily complicating itself. But we are going to have to offload agency for printing, for creating the characters. Flamingos are only pink if they eat enough food. The color indicates health and ability to breed. Females lose their color after laying eggs. I did not know this. This is very interesting to me, Reno. This is very interesting. Tally, you play guitar, don't you? Ooh. I'm stuck. Now I'm fully stuck. Dinosaurs, birds. Horribly. So I have look, this might sound wasteful and wildly capitalistly piggly of me. I have 2 bass guitars, okay? You know, power chords and open tuning. I have 2 bass guitars, okay, Tally? This is entirely aside from being able to play a guitar. Just the concept of playing a guitar. I have 2 bass guitars. I have one which sounds great. I have one that plays great. There's no middle ground. And I was thinking, to obtain a middle ground, I would take the pickups from the one that sounds great, put it into the one that plays great. But there's a catch. The one that plays great, off. Oof. The one that plays great has got active circuitry in it, okay? It has a 3-band EQ, and it has active soap bar pickups. Hey, cutie kitty, how you doing? It's active soap bar pickups, right? You know the first 6 chords of House of the Rising Sun? That's all the chords of House of the Rising Sun. Congratulations, Reno. Shout out for cutie kitty. Shout out. Shout out. And then, in return for the glorious gift of shout out, you're alive and done with adulting for today. It's almost 6 p.m. I'm guessing where you are, or it could not be almost 6 p.m. I don't know. I'm suppositing. Yatta. So QT, you've got to tell me now that this is stupid and I just have to use an array of strings. You've got to look at what you're seeing on the screen right now, which is a struct of 3 strings, and you've got to tell me straight up, this is the worst idea you've ever had as any kind of coder, if that's a word, game maker, lad. You've got to tell me to stop. You've got to tell me that it is just an array of strings. And if I don't stop, the game is going to become bloated and silly. My argument is it's easier to keep a track. You may or may not have bought 4 kilos of wood for carving. Oh wow, that's impressive. I have never done a wood carving in my life. I tried one time, but it didn't go well. Wood is a fickle mistress, as we say. I finished my monster. I want another one. I know I can't have another one. I don't want to reach orbit. Anyway, so we have a struct. So what are you looking at? We have a struct, which is, you know what a struct is, right? A data type with an arbitrary number of variables inside it. And it has inside it the 3 variables, 3 strings, 3 string variables, right? What kind of wood? Yeah. And this is ostensibly just an array of strings, right? It's you know, index 0, index 1, and index 2 of an array of strings. This is why we're doing it. I have understood. I've found it out. I found it out, QT. Stop. It's fine. You don't have to dissuade me anymore. Well, I mean, you can continue to try and dissuade me, but we still need it to be in a struct. And actually splitting it into the 3 different lines is probably better. Not a list of strings with preset strings. Tainted Fate is resubscribed for 1 month for tier 1. They've been resubscribed for 30 months. Holy shit. It's resub Monday. Thank you so much for the 30-month resub. That's insane. 30 months. How you doing, by the way, Mr. Fate? My camera is broken. I cannot unbox cards live on stream at the moment. Or I can. Can't I swap the necks? I cannot swap the necks. They are different brands. They are different scale lengths. They are different... what? Why not a list of strings with preset of strings? What is a list? No worries, I enjoy. I'll put one aside for you. For the next time you're here. I will take it out of the box so we know that it is a sign for Tainted Fate's sub-gift. QT is now associated with one of your favorite characters made for TV show, The 10th Kingdom. I don't know what that is, but congratulations. I can't swap the necks. The necks aren't the whole issue here. So I have... Okay, we'll get specific here, Tally. I have specifically a Squire 1970s reissue, 1970s style. It was made in the 2010s. You've been dealing with Skyrim Special Edition? Oh god. Oh god. So it's a 1970s styled 2010 Indonesian produced Squire J-base. Sounds great. It weighs like 100 kilos. Not fun to play. It's got a little... I mean, it's fine. Like, the playability is fine, but there's a little bit of fret buzz here and there. I've tried multiple times to get it out. I've used heavy gauge strings. I've used light gauge strings. There's nothing that will save it from being anything other than an average bass guitar. Okay, I've buried that hatchet. I love it though. It was a really good bass guitar to learn a couple of things on. It sounds fantastic. It sounds fantastic. She is an unruly beast to fix. Yes, any game made by Bethesda is an unruly beast to fix. Unfortunately, they just have that problem. It's their character trait. Lime and alpine wood, good choice. The other one is an Ibanez SR 750, which is magnificently light. It's probably half the weight, maybe even less. It's got a magnificently ergonomic shape to the body. It's fantastic. It's got 24 frets, double octave scale length, baby, and the headstock isn't as big, and it's an overall nicer to look at and easier to play instrument. Okay, the bridge is heavier, the pickups are active, but the pickups are the problem. The pickups are very hard to tune. They're very versatile, but they take ages to get into a sound. And the sounds that they lean towards are very modern and very very rounded. And I prefer maybe something with a little bit less, maybe. You know? I'm fine with it having sub bass, it's a bass. I'm fine with it having bass, it's a bass. But mids, I don't need a lot of mids. I end up, turning it all the way down, and it sounds really hollow and tinny. So I was thinking the good pickups in the good guitar would be great, but they're a different shape, and it would look weird, and I don't really know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? They'd have to have custom surrounds or something, because it's J-bass pickups versus soap bar pickups, right? Maybe I could make some carbon fiber surrounds for them. Maybe it'll work out one day. Maybe I'll never do it. Maybe I'll just suck it up and deal with it. Anyway, maybe I'll buy a different SR. Maybe I'll sell both guitars, and I'll buy an SR 300 made in Japan, the bright red one with a racing stripe, which just has a J-bass bridge pickup and a P-bass mid pickup. Anyway, that's enough waffle. I've basically just sat here waffling for no good reason while I've talked about guitars to de-stress from this. So it has to be a struct because you can't have an array of arrays in blueprints. And this is where Prime Codec's gonna sneak in with chatting and be like, you can in C++, Lamau. You can in C++. You can have as many dimensions to your array as you want in C++. That's probably the better option. God damn it, Tally. God, you're not meant to... I mean, I know it's the better option. I know it's the better option. But for right now, for like building the building blocks, not the refinement stages, we'll go through... Someone will go through for the refinements. You don't even know what I'm doing? I want to store the text that's going to be printed into the text box in a variable that can be added to an NPC with an actor component or something. So that any NPC will have a list of... No, with the base. Oh. You can have an array of structs, and a struct has an array. Yes, you can have an array of structs, and the structs contain arrays. Yes. You can have an infinite dimension array in C# as well. You can have an infinite dimension array in most programming languages. It's just the visual scripting interface that Unreal does not allow you to have an array of arrays. It's because it's impossible to set up, right? Because the variable going into the array would have to itself be an array, but you can't. In this case, you can have an array of arrays in BP. Yes. But it's technically not an array of arrays. It's an array of structs which hold an array. F Unreal then? Why you gotta... Why... It's my baby. I can't leave Unreal by the sidewalk. But it's an array of structs specifically, Mika, and I think blueprint structs aren't very performant. I think there's something about... I can't remember. I saw someone on Twitter complaining about them. I think something about replication. Anyway, I'm doing a personal wrestle here about how I'm going to store the information that's going to go into the text box. It doesn't really matter. Most of this is so that when I look at someone's conversations options, you haven't started in Unreal yet, you should start in Unreal QT. It's really nice. Like, apart from like 1 or 2 snagging points that you'll find really annoying, like doing anything in UI and arrays, it's really great. It's really easy. Like, anyone could do this. I bet you Reno, if he dedicated a full month to watching tutorial videos and only using the Unreal Engine, he would come out of that month professional Unreal Engine dev. There's the potential for him to be a professional Unreal Engine. He'd have the skills. Obviously, to be a professional after 1 month, you would have to have released something, and typically the paperwork X'd out on that one. What the hell, man? On the engine level, you think you should use some localization tool and get your strings from a database that will build a localization tool, get text from some localization or variable name. Of course, I have no idea how UE Blueprints works. Yeah, so, okay. You're saying I should store these as text instead of string, and then I should convert them at runtime into string from text, because text is a localizable text field, and string is just a character string. This is your brain. This is your brain on UE. Well, to put it into context, QT, I have been trying to get into the Unreal Engine in general since 2006, back when it was UDK. UDK is impossible to get into for a baby, okay? UDK is too high. UDK is beyond any mortal comprehension of the world. But Unreal Engine 4 launched just before I went to uni. And I thought to myself, yeah, boss, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it this time. And it was like Unreal Engine 4.4 or something, 4.2. 4.1, I don't know. I don't remember the exact version, but I downloaded it and I made a room with a light and I watched just use Godot. Yeah, just use Godot. It's fine. You don't need any industry tools. Just use Godot. Everything low poly. No instant. Is there instancing in Godot? I'm sure there would be. I'm sure there's instancing. You need to have instancing these days. Anyway, and I made a room with a light that turned on and off as per the instructional video, and I was just like, yes, now I make a video game. And no idea. No idea how to make a video game. What the fuck? What was I thinking? And then I installed 4.17 after graduating, and I followed a tutorial on making a 2D fighting game, and I just didn't understand any of it. What course did I have at my uni? I did Japanese. My major is in Japanese studies. I don't have a minor. Godot support all features of APIs to use, so GLES 2, there's no instancing. GLES 3 there is in Vulkan also. Why would you not have instance render calls in GLES 2? The hell, man. Anyway, and then I did like a tutorial, but I was going through the motions, you know. I was just watching what they did and did it. I didn't really understand anything. And then I downloaded 4.23 2 years ago. I feel like Mana is telling Mana to use something other than UE is like telling, no, just grow gills and learn to breathe oxygen through water. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they really technically breathe. They absorb oxygen into their blood from the gills. They don't have lungs. They don't breathe. Fish are weird, man. Fish are fucking weird. Anyway, the point is, it's only taken me 17 years to get into the Unreal Engine, so you shouldn't feel bad if you can't do it in a week. Is that even legit? It's not been 17 constant years. It's been like a week here and there for 17 years, with massive year-long gaps in between. But like when I got serious about it, it all just. And in 20K, 23, people still build and release games using UE3. Please do not use UDK to build or release a game in the year 2023. Do not put yourself through that. Even if you want to make a stankel bedankle game, just make your own engine. Just it's not worth making anything in UDK unless you're modding Unreal Tournament. It's possible, just takes a lot of time. No. It doesn't even take that much time. I guess you just have to want it a lot. Tell it to Korean AAA plus MMO developers. Korean AAA plus MMO developers, please port your game to Unreal Engine 4 at least, for the love of anyone working at your company. Jesus. UDK, there's the docs are bad. The interface is bad. Kismet is bad. You can have simultaneous event calls. Oh, you meant growing gills? No. You can have simultaneous event calls, Bush Tester, in Kismet, in Unreal, in UDK. What company is he referring to? I'm assuming he's referring to NCSoft. They're the only one I know. They're the only Korean AAA plus MMO developer. NCSoft, please. They made Blade and Soul. That came out while I was at school, though. Blade and Soul came out when UDK was relevant. That's the problem. Blade and Soul's a very old game. I wanted it when it was released. I remember watching the fucking release trailers in graphic design at school, wasting school internet hours. Anyway, Lost Ark. Oh my god. Yeah, Mika's here. Hey, Mika. Witchit was here bigging you up earlier. I think school started though. I think they have gone to lesson. And this is the second problem. They even share assets? Do they not just go on to Kenny SL and just download all the free assets? You only know one Korean MMO, and there's Moji's playing Mabinogi by Nexon. Dude, Mabinogi's good MMO though. Mabinogi was fun. I remember playing like at least 12 hours of that game. And like I regret not playing more. But like I don't know if I can recover my account anymore. It's a good game. It's really fun. You could share sheep. That's what I remember. I remember that becoming a fighter was cheap. The fighter trainer was like 100 gold pieces, and they train you to be a fighter. But if you wanted to be a mage, you had to pay 1,000 gold pieces to the mage. Oh yeah. Bush Tester's a big meme lad, Mika. Don't get too angry if he says something. You can get a little bit angry, but like, is he ever being serious? We will never know. Some things he says, very good information. Some things he says, big meme. We will never know which one is which though. Except for using a flip book for a character array. It was pretty good. It was pinned. 20 minutes. 20 minutes pinned. 20 minutes pinned. I'm still struggling with this. Like my brain just is not turning correctly. I'm kind of resigned to having to put it into a struct. If it's 3 strings, or if it's an array of strings, I think having 3 strings would probably be better, because a string itself isn't a character array. Having an array of arrays. Oh. Ooh. Don't. But yeah, Korean MMO, Korean AAA MMO, Guild Wars 2, Blade and Soul, Ion, they're all by NCSoft. Maybe you should jump on that tutorial. You once bought a UE4 course with UE4 license. It sounds like you got scammed, cutie kitty. UE4 license is free. Well, ostensibly. It's free to download and use. You got scammed. Like the UE4 license, you just download, you get it. You make an account and you have a UE4 license. You just have to pay them a royalty if you make $1 million. That's it. That's a really good deal. In my opinion, you make $1 million, you pay them a royalty. That's probably deserved at that point. Unity, I look at Unity. Unity's a bit weird. UE4 is free until you made $1 million. UE5 is free until you made $1 million. Same license. It's a good license. I like it. I appreciate it. And there's plenty of people who do make $1 million. Looking it up now. I'm sure the course you got's great. I'm sure the course is valuable knowledge. But paying for a UE4 license, that's a bit sketch. That's very sketch, in fact. Oh, the scent of this candle, by the way, I've just seen that it's got text on the front, is Bougie Parfumée. Thank you. I think I was meant to peel the sticker off before I used it. Oh, no. Oh. Candles can cause fires. Oh, shit. I can't burn it, Tally. I ran out of matches. Oh, I didn't buy matches at the shop. I went to the shop. There's some good people in the shop today. They freaked me out. And I went to get pumpkin seeds, matches, and a drink. And I ended up getting tomatoes, beans, watermelon, chicken pieces, 2 pieces of pizza and a drink. There were no pumpkin seeds, and I was distraught. And I forgot to get like matches, as I said. You would recommend setting a good Unreal Engine course. Personally, you found watching tutorials are not helpful. Big sigh. Candles can start fires? You know how big lighters materialize in your pocket? So let me show you the lighter that I have. It's a clipper. And I accidentally dropped it in the last candle I lit with it, and it is now encased in wax. Error. Fucking Skyrim. That's how it be. I realize you couldn't see it. Just trust me that it exists, okay? Sad trombone for Fate, sad trombone for everyone playing Skyrim. What version of Skyrim are you running, by the way? You running OG Skyrim or you running Legendary Edition? So I would recommend, and I know you've already installed it and taken the time to download like a 25 gigabyte game. The camera's still your camera's not going to be unfucked until tomorrow now. Special, yeah, I would recommend using the OG. Because there's already a bunch of cool community fixes for the OG that are mature. Yeah, you know. I'll stop talking. I'll stop giving people. I'll just stop. Sorry. Useless knowledge is useless knowledge. First, you need to know what you want to know, and then you learn the stuff related to the task. Every other useless knowledge, everyone sells. It's true. You have both installed. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, QT, if you want to get into Unreal, I would recommend you do like a hand-holding walkthrough of how to make a baby game, and then try and make a game that you want to, like a small game that you want to make. Give yourself a time frame, and then just go. And when you stop, when you get stuck, when you're trying to do something, SSE has more updated versions of now unsupported mods. Ooh. You just look up what you need to know as and when you need to look it up to know it. It's a much easier way of getting to the core of the task, because a lot of games work the same. The creators stopped dev on a few of the ones you liked. Interesting. Moved it onto the new model. Double interesting. See, I'm at the unfortunate point with the only version of Skyrim I've installed is Skyrim VR, and that is Skyrim Legendary Edition. Requires Legendary Edition compatible mods. That is unfortunate. It didn't crash though, did it? Like, not a lot. Like it didn't CTD. Like, there were some input options that weren't working very well, but apart from that, it's fine. But I didn't add many mods. I just added a grabby interaction. And your stream made me want to go back. Fuck. You've heard that Skyrim VR is the worst VR game, and it always makes people motion sick. I will give you that it is probably the worst VR game, yeah. Motion sickness, I think that's just becoming acclimatized to VR kind of thing. I did get very motion sick playing that game, but that's because I hadn't played VR in like a year before that. It's hard to set up. There aren't that many games. I've played them for a while. You know, I've got to move my chair to do it. I'm lazy. A bunch of reasons. In retrospect, I probably shouldn't have bought the headset. I probably should have bought something else. I don't know. I could have sold my knife on CSGO backpack.net or something. Illegally. Well, illegally in terms of the Steam user guidelines, TOS. Not actually illegal. We're going to go with this. We're going to have a struct box text. Bought a single Destiny expansion, Lamau. NFT. You could get a deck, but at this time, deck did not exist. True. I could have got a deck, but I don't have a deck now, and I don't want a deck. I could have just kept my knife and sold it now for 4 times the price. I don't want to look. I don't want to look. It's not worth looking. It's also almost 5:30, so we're going to have to pause this for a brief moment. I'm going to stick with this, though. I'm going to stick with ST box text. I have selected all of the landscape meshes. I don't know why. Hindsight is always 2020. That's a little bit blue. Like, I don't regret buying the headset, but it was very expensive, and I haven't used it as much as maybe I could have or should have or wanted to. It's, you know, it's, I stand up for a job, okay? You know, my entire job is standing up. So it's hard to come home and try and relax by standing up some more. SSE is not as forgiving as vanilla. You can create 3D models in VR. True. You can make a whole game in the Unreal Engine using VR. Do not press X to doubt QT. It's true. I've tried it. It's janky. You won't make anything good, but it's quite fun. It's kind of endearing that you can run around a level that you've just made in VR. Even if you're not making a VR game, you can run around and place things like as if you were a tiny little janitor inside your game, like placing action. It's not a useful productivity tool, but it is quite fun. But it does require your VR plugins to be enabled, and I've disabled them by default because I hate fun. Witchit mentioned, I've got a good game dev offer. Was it a scam? Yes, it was a scam. Witchit wants us to co-stream, and I think it would be. I just don't know. I just don't know, Mika. It's not you, it's me. Like the levels are. I'm a baby game dev, you know. You're not so baby anymore as a game dev. And I don't think it would be massively. It's your main argument against VR. You cannot imagine when you worked in an office how you can come and have power stand up and play VR. If I worked at home, if I worked in an office, I would play way more VR. I rejected the offer. I just said that it wouldn't be a productive time. I just said that it would probably be a difficult time for both of us for various reasons. And maybe in the future it will be a cool idea, but right now, this second, I just don't think either of us would, you know, maybe we would, I don't know. We'd have to try it. I didn't reject the offer. There wasn't really an offer on the table. It's Witchit was talking. Anyway, if they pay money, why do you care? I'm confused. No one's paying money. There is no money here. But yeah, if I worked in an office, if I was sat down all day, typing, data input, coding, I'm overthinking, take any offer you get with any people you work in game or less experiences than you. Really? That's crazy. They did not offer money? Which it did not offer to pay me to co-stream with you, Mika, no. I think maybe something has gotten lost in this conversation. It's just a tiny little bit of lost information in the conversation. But it's fine. Don't worry about it. Do you know? Oh, Witchit. Yeah, Witchit. Witchit offered. Witchit did not offer to pay. You don't know what we're talking about. Bush Tester, let me tell you a fun story. Let me just. Alright, we back in this. When we last left our heroes, we had a struct text box that we're going to use to store the lines of each text box object. You want to take a nap and not sculpt a feature? Nope. Yep. Does do be that way. Yag. You know Yag, don't you, Witchit? You don't think? I'm not allowed to shout them out anymore, Witcher. They've put their foot down. They are not a VTuber. They are a flesh tuber. Are they even a flesh tuber? Good question. Your entire follower feed is primarily VTubers, so it stands out when they're webcam person. Speaking of webcam people, you know what's coming. Sure, it's not just a scarf, it's an actual scratch. What? Oh yeah, Reno. Look, I know this is completely off topic. Get out of here, Peggle. Get out of here, Peggle. Go on. Go on. Fucking draining every second of my existence, that game is. Beautiful game, I love it. Everyone go buy Peglin. Vroid. Yeah, I'm opening Vroid for a sec. VTube time. I don't know why it's so orange. Like, all these are normal color, and this is just fucking tanning bed for 2 hours. One time. Mana become chibi. Oh, witchy. One time it will happen. One time it will happen, and we'll have the chibi. But not today. Today, can we literally just equip a new dress? Just like, bot. We click it and it is clicked. Adorable. What's up with the skin? What? That's pretty cool. Like, the shadow texture isn't white? Yes. No, that's not what I came to show you anyway. This is, it's this. Throwing on some AO. AO. I added, I found where you add, I found where you add, stuff. It's a flesh tone top, so your bones don't fall out. Yes. I added little cuffies in the neck pocket, using the long coat. It's actually 2 long coats. But you can add, if you go into edit texture, this is, they showed this feature off, right? They showed this feature off, my new jacket, yeah. Yeah, I didn't get outbid. But you should go booth window shopping. Why is this being recorded? But if you click edit texture and Vroid doesn't crash. You can go down. So this is the base thing, right? This is the base jack. But then you can click add template. Short skirt and 2 long jackets. There is no skirt on at the moment because that would count as a clothing item. Whoosh. Whoosh. Anyway, so you can just, so it's a full jacket, right? That's on top, and then you just color in the bit that you need. It's not performant, right? But it gets the job done. But they showed this off, and I thought it was going to be in like in the other place, but it's not. It's in edit, and if you can't delete them, you just there is a hamburger menu right there, and it's right there. Like if you have problem, it's right there. Now you know. Close without saving. Don't save. Not performance. It's a void. Anyway, back to the game dev. So every NPC needs to have a conversation tree. Conversation tree object, is that going to be used to do t-shirt design in old school Second Life? What? Hey Reno, maybe you could do a job. You could do a job as a booth artist making Vroid items for VTubers. People do that, you know. They sell things on booth. They get paid like millions of dollars. Brazilians of dollars. Probably like $10. Maybe I should do that. Fuck. I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think it was a possibility. Or maybe. I'm just saying, you know. You could try. There's plenty of people out there doing it. It's not like people don't not do it. You know what I mean? Anyway, Brazilians. Mostly Japanese, actually. But it's a fun joke there because there were a lot of... is it Japanese immigrants to Brazil or Brazilian immigrants to Japan? And now there are like a lot of third and fourth generation Japanese Brazilians. They can just turn up to Japan and request a visa because they are heritage. Who knew? Who knew? Funny stories about the Japan. Anyway. Assets and props are a great market. The only issue is you have to find which market you're trying to target for. If you're doing VTubers booth, is the exclusive way to go, plus Twitter. The Unity and Unreal store is pretty good as well, but you got to stand out from the crowd. Still trying to figure out what objects people actually want. That's not whole worlds. You can generate anything using AI. Don't think digital art and have any value anymore. True. The artist is dead, and we have killed him. Or her. Them. They. It's another one of these videos where I'm just going to be sat looking at the screen thinking and then just reading chat. I hate this. We're going to make a blueprint class, which is going to be a actor component, which is going to be... Don't forget who made your AI, Lamau. AI's coded the AI from the ground up. Eight. This is going to be actor component This is going to be... We're making a state machine, yes. Conversation state, which is going to be an integer. Humans are just a badly configured neural network. You see? You see? You see? He's... Bush Tester understands. I tried to make this point like a week ago and everyone was having none of it. Nobody was accepting my argument. You know the Chinese box room thought experiment? I was trying to explain this to my followers. Right? How the thought experiment is the thought experiment is that there's a room with a Chinese English Chinese dictionary, and you get past notes written in Chinese. You don't know any Chinese, you only know English, and you translate the notes using the dictionaries. When was this? I don't know, like a week or two ago. Why do I have no VCs in my server? What is VC? Why am I mama again? Can you not see my VCs? You remember now? Yeah, so you get past notes in Chinese and you are asked to report to those notes, respond to those notes in Chinese, and you translate the note to English so you can understand it using the dictionary provided, and you translate your English back into Chinese using the dictionary provided, and you give... The guy gives you notes in Chinese, you give him notes back in Chinese. You personally, as a person, don't know any Chinese, right? But from the outside observer, everyone is like, oh yeah, this guy understands the Chinese. He's receiving messages in Chinese. He's giving out messages in Chinese. This is amazing, right? But that's just what the fucking brain does. The brain is given a task, arbitrary task, and the brain uses the tools that the brain has in front of it to respond to that arbitrary task, right? Speaking in English is no different. I hear words that I have heard, and I use the dictionary of English to English translation in front of me inside my brain to respond. You know what I mean? At the very simplest state, there are, okay, some differences between the AI and the human. The AI can live forever, or theoretically multiple numbers of times longer than the human, which brings up the point that anything that human creates is therefore more worthwhile than anything the AI creates, even if it's functionally the same. But that's a different question. That's not about how the human works. That's just about what value do we ascribe to the creations of the human. Anyway, conversation state. Custom event. Inputs. Your brain hears English and you translate it to your main language. That's how Runglish is born. Uh-oh. You think I'm butchering the Chinese room thought experiment. The guy doesn't understand anything in Chinese. He's just following the rules. Your neurons do not know anything about Chinese. They're just following the rules that you have given them. It's exactly the same. It's just a compartmentalization of the thought experiment, that you have thousands of Chinese room thought experiments inside your head if you've learned Chinese, I guess, specifically, if we're taking that specific idea. Like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm not eloquently projecting my idea. This guy does not translate into English. They are just following the rules. The guy does not translate to English. The guy does not translate to English. I thought he did. I thought he had the dictionaries. We have rule books instead. I see. I understand. Okay, my entire argument is falling apart. Thank you. Anyway, on to making a state machine. How do you make another struct? VC, a voice chat room. Can you not see the voice chat rooms in my server? Which they have rule books. Okay. 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 Hold on. Hold up. They have rule books, not dictionaries. Hold on. My server. I have an unread in art. Oh. You're posting art? Yes! Story now, that's great. Story now, great. I like it. Crazy frog. Yep. Edit channel. Permissions. There are no special permissions ascribed to the voice channel, which hold on. And then use this. No, I want server settings. Scrungus, get out of here. The server settings. Scooty and do roles gamer. Permissions. You should be able to connect speak and video on any of the channels. Interesting. And then we find widget. You have the authentication widget. You should be able to see the general voice channel on my Discord. There. It's right at the top. They're just at the very top. Yeah, I'm sorry. You found them. Oh, that's nothing. So we need a compartmentalization of a conversation thread. How do you do this? I've never had to do this before. All my games are instant shooty with very limited UI stuff, and this is just this is Chrome. How to make dialogue trees in Unreal. Advanced dialogue part 1 interaction. This is a 24-minute video. This is a 24-minute video. This is the part 4. It's 40 minutes long video. Oh god. Dialogue system tutorial. Which one's gonna be good though? Ryan Laley. Forsaken Reality. Or Reed's channel. Code Like Me. Dialogue tree. You found them. Probably the long one. You have an add-on for Unreal that covers this. Do you want me to take a look into how it's made? No, because that would be stealing. I think I have an add-on for this. Are you saying we should just use the add-on? You talk about this. It's a Twitter link. The AI dude. Stable worlds. Whoa. Conversational AI, no thank you. Dialogue System X? Horizon UI plugin dialogue messages. Windows dialog box, easy file dialog, dialog tree, Quest system. SD generate panorama and flame stability. What are you asking? Third person story adventure template for Unreal. Ooh. Yeah, this is exactly what I want. Handy tool for creating dialogues using a web application or a data table. Wait, hang on. Is dialogue a file? Data table. Can you lift this can? Name, type, string, value, Gordon, sign, none. Guess you're unsure about what you're asking now, but you've used SD for depth map generation. Whoa. Did you know, hey, this might be interesting for Mika to learn, but do you know there's a height map to normal function in Unreal 4, right? And it goes all the way up, in the current version, right? So you can generate a bump map from a height map. You can't do it the other way around. That's impossible, right? There's just too much math. But it always only took a texture 2D input. For the longest time, Unreal Engine 4.1, 4.17, 4.23, 4.27, 5.0 early access, 5.0 release, 5.0.2 update only ever took a texture 2D. 5.1, it takes a value. So you can now put in generative. You can use 3D value textures, 3D noise value textures instead of 2D textures to create a bump map from your height map. And it works flawlessly. And the only reason I know this is because I downloaded Lurky While Worky, thank you Big Gamey. Shout out Big Gamey. Hold up. And it will generate a normal map directly in the shader, yeah. Everyone check out Big Gamey. Valued member of the society and a professional video game developer at that. And a professional lurker as well. I can't get over the Big Gamey 2020 glasses. Is that the haha 2020? I can't get over that. Now you go do your work, Big Gamey. Don't let us distract you. But the only reason I know this is because I went to make my own function. I thought it can't be that hard. I'll just get the code, because I looked in the code like the day before I upgraded to 5.1, and it wasn't hard. It's just doing a dot product based on a little 1 pixel shift, and I was like, I can just this doesn't even respect texture space. It's just taking a texture because laziness. And I was like, this is totally easy to modify for a value input. And I went to it, and I went to input, and I was like, because I grabbed the one as reference from Unreal Engine 5.1. And I was like, why isn't it? Why can't why? And it just instantly does it. So the one in the version in 5.1 just has value input, and it was a crushing blow to my productivity that day because it was the only thing I was going to do. Oh well. Create WB dialogue widget. I'm going to see if that's a thing. Okay, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. So I want this, but as an editor tool to create a tangible object, right? Dialogue tree and quest system. I think I've got an idea. So if we have a complicated set of objects, we can reference them directly. We just have to create an object type. Okay, that's fine. So there's a hair in your shirt and you can't find it? No. So if we have a struct which is 3 strings. Okay, and that's a text box. So we need then a struct which is an array of box texts, which is a conversation, and then we need an object which holds as many conversations, an array of conversations. And we create those objects through a user interface widget. Is that possible? Okay, so stBoxText. We're going to make another struct, right? Which is stConversation, and then we're going to make a blueprint class which is an object select, and this is going to be script, right? And the script is we'll have a variable which is a conversations, which is an st conversation array. Okay. And then we want to make editor utility widget. Which is going to be did I just spell everything wrong? Wait, yay, stop it. Scriptwriter. Not that kind of script. Boyo. Replace with a vertical box. Vertical box. Vertical box. And this is going to be controls. This is not going to be a vertical box. This is going to be a scroll box. And in controls, I guess we need this controls a vertical box. Replace it with a horizontal box. Controls. Oh. Uh, Found it. Nice. You hate drawstrings in pants because they just end up going back into the pants. Me too. I've got some pants with the drawstrings. I gotta fish them out like every like other day. It's the worst thing. Unclicked. Never wear pants with drawstrings. Problem solved. Wow, smart man. Don't track pants have like a create asset? There it is. Asset class. Here we go. Not Adidas. Doesn't Adidas end in a C? Sorry, that was too dank for me to even enjoy. Sorry. The package that will contain the new asset. Stripper track pants. What? With the Velcro? So you can just whoosh, whoosh. Yeah, what do we call it? Script. That's why I can't find it. Let's go. Oh, turns out that was a popular name to name stuff. Interesting. That's the one though. Is script engine.blueprint generated class game slash testing content slash npc test Amber Dev. Thank you so much for the raid. Hold up. We gotta wait for them to spool in. We gotta wait for them all to acclimatize. Amber Dev, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How are you doing? Chupacabra VTuber. I remember you. How are you first time chatter when I remember you calling me Chupacabra VTuber last time? I'm not a chupacabra. Wait. You've never been here before. How do you all know me as Chupacabra VTuber already? Someone else already called me a Chupacabra, yes. You're entitled to your opinions. Sippy from the sippy cup. Sheepacabra, yep. It's the eyes. It's just regular sheep eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. Look into my eyes. Regular. Hold on. A pea. Damn it. Sheep. The sheep eyes. Hold on. Do I have a big? I don't know how I have to do it manually. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Hope the dev is going well as can be expected. How are you and what were you doing on your stream, Amber? Is it working? I can't tell. Oh, there we go. You have horns, you're a ram. I'm gonna let chat work this one out as slowly as they possibly can because it's more enjoyable this way. Doing some Flutter dev. That sounds serious. That sounds too serious. That sounds extraordinarily serious. I don't know what it means. But I hope it went well. Slash game. Wait. Testing content. Muppetry. What? Can I? Nope. Can I? Can I just copy file path? I'm not messing around with this. I'm not messing around. I guess it's going to append UAsset automatically. Asset tools interface. Get asset tools. All grazing herd animals have rectangular pupils, just for the record. He was fluttering in between having an epiphany and having a meltdown. Accurate. Yep. That's how it that's just how it is, I'm afraid. I'm sorry to break this to you, friends. But that is exactly just how it is. Calling context, what is this? Name of the module method, create asset. This is passed to the factory. Wow. Same vibe here, yes. I think I'm making a breakthrough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my EUW scriptwriter, run editor utility with J. I'm going to click the save button and input G, Unreal Projects, AOA, content, testing content, NPC test, S test does not start with a slash. which is required for a long package name. Oh. Input G Unreal Projects AOA /content/testing content. What do you mean? Like, what the oh, right, okay. Because it's already going to be in the content folder. Bet. It's already going to be in the content folder. It's not already going to be in the content. It's going to be in the project folder. Sorry. Path does not start with a valid root. Path must begin with engine, game, bridge, paper, 2D, chaos, caching. So game, we need to go to the game folder, okay. We're learning, kids, we're learning. Not the content folder. There is no game folder, fuck you. What? When did you turn into the Half-Life robot voice? It's been stuck in my head all week. That's gonna have to change as well. So instead of AOA, we type in /game, potentially as a keyword to indicate that this should be in the game folder, reported to the game that we are currently playing. But it did it. It didn't error, at least. And we should have I'm going to throw in a second. An object of S, test, of class, script, C already exists in file game content, testing content, npc test /S. Do you want to replace the existing object? Click yes. Existing object will be deleted, otherwise click no and choose a unique name for your project. Object. Yes. Where is it? Where in the frick is it? Looking in the right place, it should be right here, right? S_test. Check in the file explorer. one thing I can do while we're here, we can go back to the designer, and the controls box should actually just be auto. I don't know what I was thinking there. And the input box should be fill 1. That's going to look a lot better, I promise. It's also going to mean that these shouldn't scale off the bottom of the page. Yeah. Only if we make it too small. I feel like I'm doing something wrong with this. Create asset. Do we need a factory? This might be the problem. Because we're not specifying a factory, it might just want to skip. So we need to create a child class from uFactory. Return a U object inside factory create file. Okay. That's right, you can get games. Loose interpretation of the word games. Inside the implementation of the factory create file override, you will need to do one critical thing. You need to create an U object. There are no functions to override here, friend. Fuck. Okay. Factory object reference. Okay, so that interchange factory is not what we wanted. Be under A for asset. There is only asset user data and asset bake options. Oh. Oh, sneeze time. Thank you, Rena. What do? Hugh, we made it. Stop it, Epic Games. Stop it. That's not what I wanted. It's definitely making an asset. But we can't, it's not showing up. It is absolutely, definitely 112% making an asset. 115,000% making an asset. It's almost 9 p.m. Kids, I can't go on. Kids. I don't know why it's doing this to me. Kids. Nice text, bro. Search for it in the file explorer. Maybe it's gone somewhere else, huh? Oh! I see the problem. I'm putting it in the wrong folder. Okay, all right. So where are we telling it to go? We're telling it to go to game, content, testing content, NPC test, but game is actually the content folder, not the game folder. Unreal. So now it's gonna make it in here. Simple as. Fuck's sake. The deepest of breaths, kids. The deepest of breaths. Okay. Okay. Great. Good. Good. Great. Grand. Gravy. Um. You're familiar with the great Clayman. Clayman doesn't get stuck on asinine problems like this. Clayman does not get stumped. Let's just make it look a little bit nicer. Huh? Clayman does not get stumped or perturbed. Oh, actually, we're going to make the buttons slightly different. Lovely. Just, I think italic as well for the hints. That's correct. Ah, yeah, that looks correct, doesn't it? The font size is still pretty big. No way we would have this thing. So we would have it just. Can we not just put it in its own window? Can we not just put it in its own? Hello? Yo, man, Adona, what's up? That's what she said. How did you arrive here so promptly? What the hell's going on? You're freaking me out. I want it. I just here. The UI is still very bulky. We'll go for 12 for the hint text and 14 for the button text, maybe. No padding. How are you doing, Clayman, anyway? Wizard always arrives when he intends to. Wizard always arrives when he intends to. It's still quite bulky. How many times do I have to say this before I believe it? So there is one other thing that we can do. And that is event clear pressed. No. Unclicked. Variables. Is this not a variable? Orientation, vertical, horizontal, vertical. Ooh. Got home from the gym, now chilling a bit with food till you get your ass handed to you by another round of bugs. How am I doing? Well, Clayman, I'm glad you asked, because I'm doing... Oh no, I broke it, didn't I? Hold on, I gotta fix it before I show you, because it won't work. Wait, will it work? You know what, it won't work. Hold on. I was gonna set up an NPC to throw this in, but apparently I work slower than molasses. It's been frozen. Test UMG handler has flown into the scene, and then quality of life upgrade. It doesn't speak when it doesn't speak. It only bop 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 when there's a character being placed. Also, we have a better font. All positives. Maybe I'm focusing about the wrong things, but all positives. You can't tell me otherwise. So we did that, and now we're working on an engine tool so that we can build conversation assets. So that we can load text and then print text into text boxes correctly, adequately, and through in the game. And it won't be an absolute nightmare writing out text for the game. Can't tell you otherwise. Is that a challenge? Here we go. Otherwise. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I've been played. Ooh. Shivers. Very nice UI. Thank you, Unreal. Oh, the Unreal UI just folds up into itself. Ooh, fancy. Just becomes dot 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 dot. Ah, there we go. I broke it. There you go. Gets just as squishy. Shiver my timbers. So we have a second problem. The scroll box only works one way. So the input can't be input. We know that we need another scroll box. I hope this works. And then we need a grid. Uniform grid panel. Inside that. And then this? What the fuck? Oh, what's going on? I'm sure it'll be fine one day. Look, okay, so the idea that I have in my head, before you think I'm crazy, and I'm just going 100% crazy, right? Okay, so we have our window, yeah, and we have our buttons at the bottom there. Okay, text box, button, button, text box, button, whatever, and then we'll have an object, a default object, an empty conversation with 3 lines of text, 3 lines editable text, and then we'll have a node to the right and a node to the bottom. So adding things to the bottom like that will add 3 lines of text, and then you press the button and 3 lines of text, and then you press the button and 3 lines of text, and then you press the button and then 3 lines of text, and you get to press the button. You get the idea? And adding to the right will be 3 lines of text. It will just be another entry of sets of 3 lines of text. I'm making a custom editor right now. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's no other way. This isn't supported in the engine. This isn't just something that, of all the things Unreal Engine is willing to build and give you for free, a dialogue system is not one of those things. Allegedly, apparently, allegedly. Although there are 2 dialogue systems on the Epic Marketplace that were free and I have collected and I have not made use of, because one of them makes dialogue options out of a data asset which looked very scrungly, or a web UI which I did not want to use. And the other one just looks janky as hell. So so we have conversation options and variants of conversation options, right? And then we'll have a state machine. We'll have an actor state machine which will reference the asset that this creates for the conversations, and then each one of these will be a state, right? Each column will be a state in the state machine, and each conversation in each column of the state machine. Dialogue systems BS, you're looking at one today, it's actually 85 euro in the Unity. 85 euro, 85 krona, 85 Deutschmarks. Hard to build one that scales well, so you don't blame the dev for charging so much. No, but there's literally 2. There were 2 on the Epic store for free. Euro, okay. That's a lot of money, yeah. Most I ever spent on an asset was 40 euro, and that was just for clouds, just pretty clouds to put in the game. entirely useless, non-functional game asset. So I wonder, the question I wonder, the wonder that I question. There's one for free as well for Unity, but it's shitty. Yeah, I mean, you know what? You get what you pay for sometimes. Sometimes you get what you pay for. Anyway, I still think the text is a little bit big. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna pretend to lie to you right now. We're gonna go for text size 10. Why not? And then can we just select all three of these at the same time and do them all at the same time? Text size 12. Why not? It's still really big. Is that not just huge text? 40, you spent way too much in the assets, you like to admit. I think in total I've spent about 60 euro. I bought €5 for some animated pixel graphic splashes. Easily talking like 1k. Clayman, please help. You need stop. I'm trying to support you. But at this rate, this is an addiction. 40 on the clouds, 5 on the splashies. Don't do assets, kids. Yep. I think another 8 on some explosions. The explosions were worth it though. You got like 36 explosions and 36 fires, and I was just like, peak. You know I've used them before as well. Coke's cheap. You know what? There are some expensive assets out there, kids. Anyway, what were we doing? We were doing this. The Scrungly Lad. Actually, that might be better. But then we need some more spaces. Cuppa, Exodrifter. I won Cuppa. I came first. In my division. I won in my division. I came first in Division 36. Tally came 18th in Division 35, which means he's 18 places above me on the leaderboard. Even though I won, he still ranks higher than me now. Thank you. Yeah, it was. I had a lot of adrenaline in my system after that. It was scary. It was shocking. It was shocking. Never did I think I would do so well in a video game to come first. 64 competitors. That's right, Tally. That's right. So my other question is, it really is getting late. It really, I know Exodrifter has just come here, so we'll stay for another couple of seconds. But it really is getting late. So I need to make a. Can I just make a widge? A widge? Can I just make a widge? Just a user widge. So it's gonna be UMG. UMG editable conversation. Just happy to drop in and say hi. Well, thank you for being happy and dropping in and saying hi. We appreciate you being here. We do. Scale box. Pwah! User specified scale. I didn't want a scale box, apparently. I wanted a size box. Whoopa! There we go. Min aspect ratio, max aspect ratio. How are you doing anyway? Exodrifter. Like, what's a good aspect ratio as well? Like 0.3, 1.6, 1.6222, 1.6222, 0.6222. I like it. 1.6222. You are doing okay. Nice. .6222 was a nice looking thing. A little sleepy, but doing okay. Sleepy can happen. Yesterday, I was very sleepy. 2? That's right. That's entirely correct. True prevents this widget or its child's geometry or layout information being cached. This widget changes every frame, but you want it to still be an invalidation panel, and you should make it as volatile instead of invalidating it every frame, which would prevent the invalidation panel from actually ever caching anything. So the border is going to have a horizontal box, and then the horizontal box is going to have 2 vertical boxes. This is going to have a button in it. And this is going to have 3 editable texts in it. Border is gonna have 25 padding. Oh, nope. It's gonna have 0 padding. The horizontal box is gonna have 25 padding. 50 padding. No. 25 padding. The border is gonna be printed as rounded box. Half height radius. No, I hate that. Fixed radius. Corner radii. 5. 5, 5, 5. 55? 55? I don't even know. I know this is extremely fun to watch, don't worry. Don't mind the Discord. You're all fighting on Discord again, I swear to God. If I have to pull you apart again, I will. The camera's still broken. Just pretend I was shaking my fist at you all. No rowdiness. The border. Brush color. I guess we want this to be fairly dark. Not too dark. Like a nice cheeky slate gray, maybe. That's nice. The corner radius, I don't know if the corner radius can be bigger or smaller. I think it's fine. Hold on. I think it's fine. That looks disgusting, but we'll deal with it. If we just add a tiny little bit extra more padding, extra little bit more shiny, little extra little bit more padding. To the horizontal box. 33 pad. That will do. And then these, they get 5 padding each, right? They get 10 padding each. They get 15 padding each. Okay. Hint text. Line. I think the size box needs to be a different aspect ratio. What about cinema wide? Graph. Get. On text change. Text to string text. Get array from string. Length greater than 31. Set font. Makes like font info. Font outline settings. That definitely wasn't more messy than it ever needed to be. Collapse the function. This is Oof. Collapse the function. Add return node. And just like that, BOGO's binted. Do people even say that anymore? I feel like the hype's gone. What did it even mean? Font out. I didn't set it to pure. Pure? Call an editor. Oops. As well. Of course, call an editor. Imagine if I had not called it in editor. Cutie kitty. Ah, thank you. I'll wait. I'm waiting. Stand by. Ah! Thank you so much for the raid, cutie kitty. Welcome in. What were you doing? How are you doing? Did you win? Everybody's here. Everybody's come through today. Copy got a boo? That's right, I'm scared. I'm afeared for my existence right now. You could call me an omelet because I'm having an existential. I don't even want to roll it back. You still find you implemented a new mechanic? Actually, two. You see, Cutie Kitty is a professional game developer who works with pure efficiency to get things done. Create widget of class widget umg editable conversation. Nope. None. umg editable conversation. Yes. World context object. Self. Return value. Add child. No. Add child. It's not poopy. We haven't done this already. Uniform grid panel is UGP main. Uniform grid panel object reference is not compatible with grid panel object reference. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I hope you have a nice rest, QT. Don't fall in. It's a bit late in the day for a swim. Why? Can I replace you with a grid panel? What's the difference between a uniform grid panel and a grid panel? Get replaced, idiot. UGP main. Graph. Add child to uniform grid. Content. Row 0. Column 0. Error. Refresh node. Error. Now are you happy? It's beautiful. Look at how beautiful our child is. Jesus. Okay. Okay, so some things to take away from this. I don't know what the heck I am doing. Hint text, yes. Font. There we go. Okay, one. We're going to use Atkinson regular. Light default. The font size is going to be 12. The font size is going to be 14 for the X. Isn't that like the basics of coding? Not knowing what you're doing at all times? Exactly. Border. Rounded box. The corner radii are not going to be 55. They're going to be 12. My word. Okay. And then we go back. It's slightly better. But it is still very scuffed. Border size. Is there a size to content button we can click? No. There is not. There is panning. There is no size to content. Excellent. Size box. Do you know what? Get rid of the size box. I don't even care. I do not care. Okay, that's slightly better, I guess. The padding is still wild. No padding. Get rid of the padding. Like, severely reduce the padding. 5 padding. Oh, it's promising. It's on the edge of being a functional tool. On the goddamn cusp. I like to do stuff in the ant hill. Being an ant is pretty rad. Whoa, bruh. Looks like you went over character limit. Nice. So that is basically what it's meant to do. I want the border to have a padding. The border has a padding. What the hell? I want the border to have a border that has a padding. Shut up. You can't tell me what I can and cannot do. Because look, it gets entangulized. Wrap with another border, I guess. But this border has a brush color of alpha of 0, and it has a padding of 5. There we go. That's a pretty effective measure to see that you're over character. I like it. And it works. And it activates an editor. It's 10 past 9, kids. It's 10 past 9. I know QT just came in, but I'm losing the consciousness. How about we play the game? How about we get one last set of bops before bed? You understand? It's just really enjoyable. Also, we can test that the scroll does work. I don't know if the tilt works, but the scroll works. Look, you can have your text. What now? What? Did I say something? I don't remember saying something. I forgot we can just do another one. I think we'll clear the box for us. It's pretty beautiful. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So That works. None of these buttons function, but that's okay. Can I add some padding on those? I'm really sorry. I know. I said I was wrapping up, and then suddenly and instinctively I wanted to add padding on. Can I add padding on this? Is that where I add the padding? 5 pad? Yeah, 5 pad will do. And then the edge lads. Just a small edge lad, I think. I don't like there being a lot of space at the edges. That's better. That's a lot better. Isn't that just a lot better? Just those 2 simple changes and boof. You have somewhat of a user interface and scrollable. This needs a header. I think some text. I think this needs some text above each one of these. And I know what you're gonna say. This is getting ludicrous now. But hear me out. Padding, left padding. 25 padding left. No. It's just in case you get lost, right? Just in case you're looking at it and you can't see. You have to go. Have a nice dream. Thank you so much, Extra Drifter, for stopping by. Well, I'm sure we'll see you later. Have a nice evening. I'm basically wrapping up now anyway, so. Bill. Water. What is this? Oh, is that the padding? And then a spacer. Right, just right at the top. Just right at the top. Just... And yeah, it's a little bit I think yeah, that looks... There is a lot of padding there, isn't there? How did there get to be this much pad? Okay, so the top padding needs to be less. The... Not those. These. At the top. Is that the one? Oh. It's been a long time since I've done any Latin, kids. Please be gentle. Ooh, you did not enjoy that, huh? Did not enjoy that. But that looks nicer. One last thing. I promise. Color and opacity. I don't get what the hell. This is font. I don't want font, no. If I wrap them with a border, this is gonna work. Brush color. And then we have a little thing. A little bit softening to it. Okay, we're gravy. I know I spent an extra 20 minutes on it that I wasn't meant to spend. But I think that finally we have reached a point of gravitude. Yes. So on that bombshell, let us do the talk out and we can find somebody to raid into. So thank you everyone for coming to watch the live video. If you can watch the live video, thank you. Oh, it's a long list today. Science Streams, for the 9-month resub, thank you. I hope everything is well with you. And you said it was, so I'm going to assume it was. And so I'm happy about that. Thank you, Mikey Matrix, for the 4-month resub. Thank you, Tainted Fate, for the 30-month resub. All appreciated. All very much. I will be putting those healthy dollars into the dollar change drawer to keep the lights on at Stream Central. Thank you, Sol Galio 66 and Mathiche for the follows. Welcome to the channel, both of you. Hope you enjoy here. Hope you enjoy a cup of the day, maybe, if you come to view it. Thank you, Sol Galeo 66. Amberdev and QT Kitty for the raids. Thank you for bringing your people over to my people. This is a long talk out, man. This is a long talk out. A lot of stuff happened today, and it kept going, and I enjoyed it. It kept me going too. So thank you all for watching the video on demand. If you can watch the video on demand, and as always, I will see you in the next episode.